focusing on this 3-day module on the 7 steps for generative change. And when we think about these, we think about them in different ways. The most basic way to think about it is as a step-by-step sequence. That's the sort of the basic level. So you say, oh, first we have to open this coach field. Then we have to really connect to a positive intention. Then we either are hit by the obstacle immediately, so we have to welcome that, or we realize it's just a matter of time before I hit the obstacle, so I got to get connected to resources. So it's steps 3 and 4 that we're focusing on today. And as we did yesterday in talking about steps 1 and 2 as really a conversation, rather than thinking of them as strictly separate or strictly sequential. In a generative conversation, you're going in and out. And what we're looking for is this balance point where you have a deep connection to centered, open, aware, grounded community. And you also have this deep connection to what your calling is, what your passion is, what it is that you really want to bring into the world. So when those are balanced together, that's where some generative consciousness awakens. It's not a property of any part, it's an emergent property of a relationship connection between all the parts. So if any of the parts are in shadow, or any of the parts you have a negative relationship with, or you're dissociated from, then this beautiful gift of the generative consciousness will not be available to you. So we will continue to build on these first 2 steps, get the context connection, get it deep because you're going to need it, hook up with what it is that you're really looking to bring into the world. You know, you say if life was exactly as you would like it, what is it that you'd be doing in the world? What is it that you feel that you're here to create in your life, for yourself, for your community, for the larger world? What is your deepest calling? Okay? We saw with each of those that it's not enough to simply have a verbal representation. This is the general weakness of both psychotherapy and traditional coaching. Like all aspects of Western consciousness, they really bias and favor isolated individual verbal representations. And one of the core premises of creative mind is that is the problem. That when we're thinking, but when we're living with this isolated intellectual thinking, that is what is creating the major problems of the world that are at a tipping point. So in the generative change work, we talk, for example, about an intention needing to be, you have to declare it with words that are simple, succinct, and positive. You have to envision it in terms of what would that actually look like. And then you have to embody it. Okay? And so we're really checking that in order for you to have a generative intention, that you have the representation in each of those modalities. This more recent entry into the generative change work that really intend to make primary in creative mind is what we call the 4 E's, or some people call it the 5 E's of generative cognition. I think it's such an important point to say that every idea really, in reality, has an embodiment, has a embeddedness. It's grounded in communities, many of them invisible. It is expressive, that you're always doing something with your body in order to create that idea. And it's inactive. It involves you doing something. The fifth E that some in this area propose is empathy. So if we begin to see the basic unit of the self as community, not individual, the basic unit of the self is community, then for just practical generativity, is that my idea map really has to be able to feel and be in conversation with all of the others, all of the others than my ego representation in the conversation. And that ongoing conversation, one of the main ways, one of the main languages, you would say, for generativity is empathy. Okay? So that doesn't mean that when somebody's holding an idea, that they have positive coach-based representations in each of these 5 dimensions. Okay? But when they don't, that's our first practical understanding of why the idea is not getting out in the world in the way the person intended it to. Okay? So if I say, I really want to be free in talking with people, okay? And my embodied dimension of representation of that is in lockdown, okay? And so I think it's intuitively obvious that if you see this along with the verbal statement, I want to be free, it's not going to happen. So what we're coaching is your connection to yourself and to something deeper in the world. We're going into the details, and we're really checking out how much embodiment do you feel with that? How much of a connection to different communities do you sense with that? How does your body sort of represent and keep that alive in each moment? What does it involve you actually doing out in the world? Can you feel a connection to other people as you do it? Okay. So those are 5 practical coaching questions. And when we're looking to help a person get in a state where their dreams become true. Okay. So that's what we were doing yesterday. Okay. Ground in the field, connect to a vibrant, positive intention. Right? Today, day 2, we add the next 2 steps, which is notice when you hit the wall. It's just a matter of time. So notice where you encounter the obstacles and begin to sense how to have a creative engagement and a creative relationship to the obstacles. As I was mentioning briefly in the conversation that James and I had yesterday, I was saying you always notice obstacles first somatically. You know, something isn't an obstacle until the body shuts down. Right? So there's no independent definition of an obstacle. So what shuts me down may be something quite different from what shuts you down. So it's the places where I go to live my life, and at some moment I encounter something that I go into crash. And if you remember, there's 4 versions of crash, the 4 F's: fight, flight, freeze, and fold. So I get angry or bitter or angry, resentful. If you're Irish, you brood for 5 months about it. Okay? But it means that you're going into a crash state where nothing gets in and nothing gets out. Okay? Or you could go into a fear state and an anxiety state. Okay? When you're in your anxiety state, nothing gets in and nothing gets out. You're in a self-locked, contained state. Okay? Or you could go into a dissociated state. You just take yourself someplace else. And as I was saying yesterday, usually this is an act of self-love at the beginning. You know, all of the values of dissociation are front-loaded. They're like an addiction. So when you first do it, it's usually the best thing you could have possibly done for yourself. If you had stayed present, you may well have been annihilated. So you want to really appreciate the parts of you that dissociate in terms of their service to the self, but realize that as a long-term strategy, dissociation, like addiction, begins to squeeze every part of your soul life out of you. Okay? Or we have this sense of just being so numb. You know, you're just watching TV, or you're numbing out, or you're surfing the internet, or you're eating junk food, or you're taking drugs, or you're drinking alcohol, and you're walking around just numb. Right? Those are representations of you being dominated by an obstacle. Okay? Sometimes the person starts in that state. So we were talking a little bit yesterday. Well, sometimes it's hard for a person to really be clear what their goal is, or it's hard for them to find a coach state because they're so identified in this chronic crash that they need a little bit of help to, as I was saying, to connect your energy with them and to see what sort of gentle opening that you can make so that they can come out of that trauma lock, if you will. Right? So the first step is the coach field. The second step is really sensing what you most want to bring into the world. The third step is sense where you hit the wall. Okay? If you remember yesterday, when I was doing the demo with Lex, there was probably 4 or 5 times I said, notice as he goes to do that his neck tightens. Remember that? That's crash. With that tight neck, there is no creative process that's possible. If you think this is just some esoteric idea, think of life like a performance art. And if you were coaching an athlete, or if you were coaching any sort of performance artist, a dancer, a singer, do you think you'd be, if they had their shoulders up, that would be part of your coaching? You would know, right? That as long as their shoulders are locked, that person cannot give a creative performance. Right? It's the basic step for any creative performer. The chi has to be able to flow through the system because you need all this information from outside of you in every moment. So as soon as you inhibit your breathing and lock your muscles, game's over. Right? That is the sign that the obstacle has activated. Okay? So that's what we're going to be looking at today. And generally, I'm going to be emphasizing something that is at the heart of Aikido, which I trained in for, 16 years, which is when you come up against the obstacle, maybe you'll feel it grab you. Maybe you'll feel it start to suffocate you. Maybe you feel it in your space. But what we're training ourselves to do, as soon as you feel yourself go into lockdown, you go to your center and relax. And it's a bit of a training because it seems counterintuitive that when you're being faced with this really negative energy, that your best way to respond would be to open your center. You say, are you fucking kidding me? Come on. But yeah, that's it. That's it. Because when you're closed down, first of all, if the person is a sadistic bastard, which there's a lot of them out there, when you shut down, it will actually feed their aggression. Right? And secondly, again, when you shut down, nothing gets in, you have no feedback, so you have no resources, nothing gets out, you cannot express the best of you to defend yourself, to move beyond it, so forth and so on. So we're hitting what we call these energy walls. And the reason I emphasize the somatic level is because that's where it always begins. And once you see the somatic lock, I think you've got about 5 seconds to be able to make some shift in it before it goes into sort of a second level lockdown, which takes a little bit more to be able to release a person from that. So you're saying to yourself, before I ask myself to do anything challenging, and I intend to ask myself every day to do at least a few challenging things, or before I ask myself, my clients, to do anything challenging, and if I'm coaching somebody, I need to ask them to do some challenging things. You only ask that once the coach state is developed. Okay? You need to put yourself and put your clients in the conditions where success is possible. Okay? If you ask yourself or your clients to do something challenging, and you haven't first created the conditions for success, that's really unethical. And if you're a coach, you should probably be sued, or fired. Okay? So that's why we start with these first 2 steps, and then why we think at this next level, obstacles and resources are part of the same conversation. So we're thinking, yeah, there's a lot that's going to where you come up against your edge. There's a lot that will bring you to this place of, I can't go no further. And those are precisely the times where your attention shifts to resources. Okay, so let's go on to the slides here. And oh. Okay. Okay, so this is what we're going to be focusing on today, the resource obstacle conversation. That's an image from Aikido, if you don't recognize those hakamas. And Aikido basically follows the same strategy as Milton Erickson, which is when given an attack, when presented with an obstacle, is that you're looking to first get the hell out of the way, don't get whacked by it. Second, you're looking Aiki to be able to harmonize your chi, harmonize your energy with the pattern of the attack, to join it, to absorb it into your center so that you can redirect it. This is also the heart of Milton Erickson's legacy. Creatively welcome, and then shift the movement of the problem in some direction that allows a solution to develop. So we need a lot of resources for that to happen. So this is what your field of resources can look like. You know, and I'm sure they showed you this picture when you were 3 years old and say, honey, this is what your field of resources. I don't know if you can tell, you probably know that in that sort of mandala, those are all resources in quadrants. And so you have that enlightened being, but the enlightened being is only awakening because of these multiple levels of community of resources that are supporting them. That's their sangha, that's their calling upon to feel their generative self is not just themselves as an isolated individual, as themselves in this great community of positive beings. So we're saying that to live your creative journey, so if you're going to be asking yourself to live a creative life, or if you're coaching another person to that, you have to connect to your family of resources. So that's me in the upper left, and you may sense that those are some of my resources. So if you were working with me as a client, that's my daughter when she was much younger. She's now 29. Below Zoe there is Milton Erickson. The trees represent the Santa Cruz redwood forests, and that's my late great guru of gurus, Lucky, down in the lower left. So we laugh about it, but in many challenging experiences that I have faced in my life, and I only could successfully meet because of my connection to my community of resources that included beings like this. If you go up to my office, which is on the property here, I've been here for 35 years, you'll see photographs on the wall. That's sort of my professional self. Milton Erickson, Morihei Ueshiba, the founder of Aikido, the medicine Buddha, Carl Jung, and above on the altar above all the other altars, Lucky over there. And because my office is on my home grounds, there have been a number of times over the years that when I'm going through a difficult period or I'm really struggling, I think of my office as a sort of a respite, as a sanctuary. And I would go up, maybe spend 4 hours up there, just get quiet, just sitting on the couch, laying on the couch. And as I open, I've got all of these, what Carl Jung would call your community of saints. All of these beings that I know love me and support me and really are part of my community that have unconditional support for me in whatever way that I need it. And so whatever problem I entered the office with, after spending a little time, I get by with a little help from my friends, I would leave in a very different state. So this is what we need to develop in ourselves and with each of our clients. And in that process, just realize that a resource in English, the resource means that which brings you back to your source, a resource. Okay? That which brings you back to your source. Okay, so in the creative mind, they could be spiritual beings, they could be places in nature, what we've been talking about so far. And all of that, hopefully, we receive every day with a sense of blessing. So with that as a intro, I want to share the morning poem. And this is a poem by the late, great Western Ireland poet, John O'Donoghue. And he has several books of Irish blessings. The Irish have blessings for everything. Wake up in the morning, there's a blessing. Go to sleep at night, there's a blessing. You go to the toilet, there's a blessing. You sneeze, there's a blessing. And what's really nice is a lot of these blessings are pre-Catholic. They're Celtic blessings. So I'm all for it. And you figure the blessing is sort of the love drops from the divine, right? It's the source of all life that is sending these love drops that as they touch you, they awaken your awareness of your goodness, and they mirror back to you this message: you're a really good person. You have value. I see you. I accept you. You're amazing. Okay? That's what a blessing is. Okay? We cannot exist without blessings. We cannot awaken. We do not know we're a human being until we receive blessing. I have asked, usually for virtually every client I've ever worked with, who in your life has given you blessings? So who in your life really saw you and really touched you in a way that it just awakens something that is the most precious thing in the world. You turn on your microphones. Anybody want to share who blessed you in your life?
I would like to share.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I remember
Introduce yourself, Michał.
Excuse me. My name is Michał Kułakowski. I'm Polish, living in China.
Just a second, Michał. Could you raise your hand in the reaction so engineers could see you in the...
We don't have time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could just do this informally, Oksana. Go ahead, Michał.
Thank you. My name is Michał Kułakowski. I'm Polish, living in China. And about the blessing, I deeply feel being blessed by my auntie. When I was a kid, I was sometimes felt suffering, painful in my family. And I remember this person, my auntie, who was coming to our home and always appreciating my room, which was painted with many different colors. I was using spray to do this.
Okay, great.
To express my
Michał, great. Thanks. Thanks a lot. I just like to hear just a few sort of brief shares. This person blessed me. This person blessed me. Who else has gotten blessed in their life?
I can also say, Stephen.
Yeah.
I'm Patricia from based in Dublin and Ireland, actually. So one of your Irish. Yeah.
Hi, Patricia.
Hi, how are you? I would say Patricia Novick has blessed me.
Oh, that's awesome. Patricia, who's here?
Yeah,
He was talking about Martin Luther King.
Yes.
That's awesome. Thank you. Who else?
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah.
It's Ted Corvette.
Hey, Ted.
Hi. My father's father, who came to this country when he was 9 years old from Belgium, was probably the kindest man I've ever met.
Uh-huh.
And he was a teacher my whole life long until he died at the age of 93.
Wow. And what was his technique, Ted? Did he use a 6-step technique?
Yeah, he did. He had a garage full of tools. His father was a tool maker, and he would take me in and rummage through the boxes. And the game he played was, if he pulled out a tool and I could tell him what it was, I could have it.
That's awesome. Okay. Thanks, Ted.
Sure.
One more person?
May I speak? Oh,
Sure.
sorry. It's Eva once.
Go ahead.
Shall I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
I also was very blessed by Patricia Novick.
Wow.
She told me at a session in Santa Cruz that she had high admiration for the being that I was. And I said, really?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Specifics. And she listed all of these things that she thought were valuable about me. And I was so overwhelmed because that level of acknowledgement had
Yeah.
never been mine, nor had anyone been proud of me.
Wow.
And I owe her much for that moment.
Yeah, and I suspect that we could say you still feel it today as if it happened today.
Oh, I'm very good at reliving, especially juicy things.
Yeah.
And I thank her and bless her in return.
So thank you, thank you. And just think, just briefly, the opposite of a blessing is a curse. You know, somebody that touches you at the deepest level with this message that you're a bad person, you don't deserve love, you deserve to be abused. I see nothing of value in you. And I'm sure that you can recall at least several people that you had that experience with at the same depth of level. And you know, sometimes with clients, what I do is I ask them to sense somebody who's really blessed you and somebody who really cursed you, and just hold them side by side and say, look at the difference. Look at what's at stake. Okay. So it's good that the Irish have so many blessings. This is, Patricia, do you speak any Gaelic?
Do I speak any Gaelic? Gosh.
You have to learn it in school, right? But you don't really learn it.
I had, yeah. I think the one I always said, Stephen, was Ní Higgum. I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, this one, my English spelling, I was hoping you could correct me if I need to. It's called Benacht.
Oh, Bannacht.
Blessing.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, so here's O'Donoghue, his poem on the blessing. And this is what we're looking to think of: the obstacles, the tough experiences, the places where you feel really bad and really cursed. They are going to be there. And the more interesting a life that you lead, the deeper the curses that you will encounter. But remember this: on the day when the weight deadens on your shoulders and you stumble, may the clay dance to balance you. And when your eyes freeze behind the gray window and the ghost of loss gets into you, may a flock of colors, indigo, red, green, and azure blue, come to awaken in you a meadow of delight. When the canvas frays in the currach of thought and a stain of ocean blackens beneath you, may there come across the waters a path of yellow moonlight to bring you safely home. May the nourishment of the earth be yours, and may the clarity of light be yours. May the fluency of the ocean be yours, and may the protection of the ancestors be yours. And so may a slow wind work these words of love around you, an invisible cloak to mind and to mend your life. So Patricia Novak was talking about the voice whispering in his ear before the I Have a Dream speech. Here's a nice poem to learn how to let it whisper into your ear whenever you face your obstacles. So while we're looking for those different areas in nature, in your spiritual life, in your ancestors, remember that there could be many, many, many different types of resources, many different people, many different places, many different things. And you're looking for the ones that resonantly touch the underlying core of being for a person or for a group. That's the test, okay? That when I open to this connection, it brings me into a coach state, okay? And that's what will allow you to be able to creatively deal with the obstacles, okay? So we're always thinking, what are the resources? In the course of coaching, we are always anticipating. It's indeterminate when it will happen, but for sure it will happen that a person will hit the wall. They will come up against an obstacle. It could be an inner obstacle, an old voice, a critical voice. It could be an inner feeling that's an old feeling that comes, that traps you, that suffocates you, that just puts you in a numb, heavy state. It could be a person in your life, somebody you know. It could be a total stranger. Obstacles are everywhere. And so we have to always include them in our awareness of a conversation for any sort of creative change. Let me give you a few examples. We heard some nice examples. I was working with a woman who had quite a abusive history with her family. Lots of different kinds of abuse, and she made it out of the family. She got married, and she had a daughter, and her daughter was just the apple of her eye. It was just a sort of a miracle to her, and her daughter was so very, very, very precious to her. In the session, she was talking about having to go back home, and for some reason that she was going to be with her family of origin. And she was panicked, and she was terrified, and she didn't know if she could do it, or so forth. So this would be a time where you say, we've got to open the conversation to resources and say, so you've got some family members that are pretty radioactive, pretty toxic. And all of your history has been that when you go back in there, you just lose it, and you get pulled back into the system. She sort of dropped her head. And I said, is there anybody at any level of your family that you think had some loving connection for you? And her head, she had her head had sort of dropped down. She looked up and she said, my grandmother, her grandmother who had died when she was 12 years old. As you start, and you could see immediately that her grandmother was a resource. She started talking about her grandmother and what incredible love that she felt from her grandma. Here's a resource. I said, what else do you remember about your grandma? What did she give you that you think you could carry forward? And I wasn't really talking physically, but she pulled out from her purse this special heirloom, golden heart, those kind where you open up and there's a photograph inside of it. And she said, she gave me this, and I have had it with me every day of my life. And I said, well, do you have a photograph in there? And she opened it up, and there's her 3-year-old daughter that is held in the golden heart that her grandmother gave her. And those are two really, really powerful resources for her. Okay? My grandmother's love and my daughter, and sort of symbolized by this golden heart. So I asked her, holding that heart, to evoke, to invite into her creative mind, the presence of her grandmother. And literally, we're not just saying, think of it as some picture in your ego mind. Okay? We're really welcoming the resources into the present moment space, okay? So that you can feel it at least as deep a level, but preferably deeper than whatever is actually happening in the outside world. And you might think, well, that's impossible. The outside world, that's the only real reality. Think again, it's not. That connection you have to your deepest resources is actually deeper than the outside world. Okay? So I worked with her to feel her grandmother, to see her grandmother's eyes, to feel her voice, and to feel the golden heart, to open it and to see her daughter, to sense any commitment that she would make to her daughter in terms of what she wanted to show her daughter about how she could get through that family. And this was elaborated a bit. And it was a great experience for her. It's a great experience for her. So we have to recognize the obstacles. If they're there and they're not part of the conversation, it will take a person down. But as we acknowledge and open and welcome the obstacle, then we're opening to say, who are the resources that allow you to feel stronger and deeper and bigger than any of this bullshit that you're confronting right now? And so what we're coaching a person is to identify those resources, but to feel them with the 5 E's. I need to embody it at the deepest level. I need to feel it present in this context of my family. I need to feel what I'm doing in my body that keeps it alive, that keeps me connected to it. I need to sense the actions that I want to take that will be congruent with this particular resource state. Okay? That's what we're doing in coaching, and that's where resources are real game changers. Okay. So any questions or anything before we're going to do a group process now, but maybe I have time for one question.
Okay, please raise your
Hand and the reactions.
reactions. See, do we have?
We don't have questions right now.
Guys, let me show you what it looks like here.
Okay, maybe it's just a shy group, but I'd be shocked to discover that, but so be it. Is that
Okay.
somebody?
Karlochak. I hope I'm saying that right.
And Andrei, further, we have
a human.
Gadya. Could you please put Gadya on the screen?
Hi, Gacha. Is it Gaja?
Yeah, it's actually Gaia. In Polish, we write it with this.
Okay. Where is that from?
I'm from Poland.
Oh, another part of the Polish mafia, huh?
It's more like a comment. I am a body worker. I do rolfing. I don't know if you know what it is.
I do.
Sometimes when people come to me and they say they are very much concerned with some family issues or some kind of spiritual feelings, I sometimes have this kind of clients. And I often sense that their body is kind of like, I cannot find them in their bodies.
Yeah.
And my teacher always used to say, well, even if they're there, what you have to do is to work with the body. But now when you say that the reality is actually for them, more real is the spiritual entanglement than the physical body. I think I have a very difficult job.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Yeah, kind of.
But I mean, in a sense, I would, strongly emphasize, no matter what your entry point is. So if your entry point is working with the body, the challenge is generally the same, regardless of what entry point that we have. So you say, well, I'm working with the body, but all these spiritual issues begin to come up. The underlying field that holds both the body, the somatic experience, and the spiritual experience, that's the creative mind. Okay? So we're not thinking of them as separate. We're thinking of a generative field as one that holds both of them and much, much more. Then, in order for any change in one particular modality, such as the body, to have any sort of sustainable effect, we realize that whatever we touch in the body, we have to then connect it with other representational modes that the person has, such as their spiritual experience, such as their social life, such as their cognitive thinking, so forth and so on. So it's when we feel this sense of chi that is unifying the multiple maps of each person, that's when change becomes sustainable. And yeah, so hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Okay, so let's do a little experience here. I'm going to ask you once again to stand up for this if possible. And this first exercise that I want to guide you through is really about finding your circle of resources. And we're using here the metaphor of Indra's net or Indra's necklace. And you may know this term. Indra was from the old Hindu cosmology. And let's see, Kamna, are you there?
Sorry, I'm muted. Hi, I'm here. Yes.
Yeah, Indra was a king who actually then became a deity, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
He was a king.
He was a king, and then he got upgraded to deity, right?
Yes, sort of. He also is. He controls the rain.
Oh yeah.
There is, yeah. When it doesn't rain, you pray to him for. The harvest is dying and we need water. So
well, we're gonna ask him to come out, pay a visit to California.
Yes.
So thank you, Kamna. In the Hindu cosmology, the world is woven from the weave of this net that Indra is creating. And it's called Indra's net, or sometimes it's talked about as Indra's necklace, something that is a circle of stones that is worn around the neck. And the interesting property of Indra's net, and very interesting that it came, 3,500 years ago, I believe, was that every knot or every nodal point or every jewel in the necklace contained the whole universe, but it would reflected the universe in a unique way. So here's the holographic idea of Carl Pribram and David Bohm, seen 3,500 years ago. So every grain of sand of the cosmos contains the whole universe. In Bohm's, the physicist Bohm's model, the implicate order, the ever-present origin before time and space, it's an unbroken, undivided unity. And it moves through, as I said yesterday, through this tunnel, through this black hole of every particle of the physical universe. And so every particle of the physical universe contains that whole Indra's net, if you will. But each part reflects it in their own way. So want to think of our circle of resources in that way. It's this sort of special holographic field where I've got all of these beings that love me, that support me, that are there to offer guidance, confidence, protection as a community. They're not giving it to me, they're supporting me in knowing it for myself. One of the dimensions, the dimension characteristics of those holographic pearls is that they have an infinite number of possible forms. So there's no single representation. So the way that your uncle, if your uncle is one of the people that gave you blessings, the way that he appears to you will not be the same every time. Is that whatever form fits best for that situation, that's the form that that particular archetypal or spiritual being takes on. All right, just to give you that sense. All right, so let's see who's in your Indra's net, shall we? So let's find a starting position where you got a good posture. That means let's take advantage of this vertical axis that our ancestors spent thousands and thousands and thousands of years moving vertical. What were they thinking? And to use it to have a way to say, time to come back home. Time to come back home to me. Let it all your performance, all your sense of, yeah, but I got to do that. Yeah, but what about this? Yeah, but relax. Bring it all back home. Breath, body, those are your precious starting points. If you relax the body, breathe. And remember, we're looking to sense our embodied consciousness not as a closed system, but as something that all of life is flowing through. A cosmic luminous stream, rivers of chi flowing through. So one way to do that is the heaven, stars, moon, sky, any spiritual being, to let the heaven flow down through your being. And to do what Dizzy Gillespie, great jazz musician, said, jazz is there to wash away the dust of everyday living. Wash away the dust. Wash away the toxin. Beautiful, luminous body. Unwounded, unwoundable, healthy, light. A body of light. All the way down into the earth and spreading his root like a forest, like a human community that's a forest, all the roots connected. Release, relax. That's the first step that we talked about yesterday. And then the second step, you feel, what is it that I most deeply feel called to create in my life? What is it you most deeply. Let it come from the earth. Let it come through that connection. You don't have to think in terms of the ego. I want to make a lot of money. I want to be popular. What's your true calling? Let it flow through you. And let yourself find from there just a somatic representation, a somatic model. As I stand in the earth connecting to the heaven, I let my body show this is what I want to bring into the world. This. Feel it as a luminous rhythm, resonance, repetition, movement. The connection of the heaven and the earth. Feel within that the body that begins to somatically present this. This is what I want to create. Feel it like a Tai Chi movement or Qigong movement, slow, 3 or 4 times slower than ordinary movement. Breathe through it. If you, when you're fully absorbed in it, you'll notice all of your internal dialogue just disappears. I am this embodied movement. I am the feeling of connection with the universe. And let yourself begin to send yourself actually living that in your daily life. I really, really want to bring this out, not just to have it in my imagination, but to live it into my everyday world. And as you feel yourself making that movement and the intention to bring it into your life, just allow that space also have a sense of where the obstacles are, what keeps you afraid or withdrawn or invisible. And don't just let yourself continue in that movement. As you think about the obstacle, don't become the obstacle. Hear yourself come back to coach state. Heaven and earth flow, body of light. Feel that luminous somatic model, simple, resonant, on fire. Bringing something positive into the world. And within that, the second skin, in that beautiful, safe space, feel some of the things that you'll encounter that will stop you, block you, frighten you, dissociate you. Just feel yourself in the somatic model. So don't think I have to deal with them now. I just want to say, oh, I see. I see the conditions I'm stepping into. These are some of the obstacles. Good to know. Good to know. Do it only in a way that you can keep first step, coach view. Second step, resonant, positive, somatic intention. And just feel almost in the peripheral some of those obstacles. And then seeing that and recognizing, okay, that's what's there. Those are the challenges. Let yourself find a way maybe to turn around 180 degrees. And turning around 180 degrees, feel through your body, receiving through the heaven and earth channel. That luminous energy. Feeling yourself opening somatically with your positive intention. Feel a beautiful sort of golden ring, a golden circle, a safe, sacred circle. Begin to open all around you. Your secret garden, your secret place of resources. And holding that intention, please, I need help. You feel what you can bring in as part of your team. You might start with a place in nature. What can you call in? What can you feel? Me with this connection to nature, yeah, that's a winning combination. So feel that place in nature and let maybe the 4 directions of the resource circle, let that be in one place. You can feel it sort of almost like a quantum, a holographic, a fluid dancing resource. And it's all frequencies and light. It's got 10,000 different faces. Nature. I'm part of nature. Nature is part of me. You know, that beautiful sense of I am here, I am there. My deeper self holds both. Feel that sense of you going through the vertical axis, heaven and earth, body of light. The slow Tai Chi-like somatic model. This is what I want. This is what I'm called to do in the world. Feeling in that beautiful, amazing circle of light. That beautiful resource from nature. Breathe that through. Feeling from your one point. Probably be good to deepen your community, to open and enrich. Maybe tune to who in your ancestral world, who in the history of the ancestors, the elders, can you call upon? Could be from your family, could be from your culture, could be outside. Feel somatic model of intention, connection to nature, that opening of who and the ancestor. Well, might be one person, might be a whole group of people, might be a whole community of beings. And we got you. We got you. We're here with you. And feel that in the other side. And you can see it and feel it and learn to think in terms of those holographic images, fluid, frequency, resonant. Feel all the beings, your ancestral world that supports you. And then to feel yourself back in one point. Heaven and earth. Always feeding the open channel. Heaven, earth, body is the bridge. Somatic model of intention. Feeling on the one side, resources of nature. Vibrating like holographic balls. Feeling on the other side, resources of the ancestors, the elders. And then feeling behind you all the connections you have in your personal life, places you've been, commitments you've made, parts of yourself that you really, really want to call upon, promises you've made, times that you've really achieved something. Whereas some of those resources are just me, parts of me. I'm proud of, I'm happy, I remember. So feel that third space behind you. It's a beautiful holographic circle of the resources of your own self. And to let yourself sense all of the different dimensions of the whole line. One point. Heaven and earth opening as a field. Something deep inside called to come into the world. The feeling of the barriers and the obstacles that will be encountered. And the feeling of being able to turn to the inner resource field. To feel to the one side nature. To the other ancestors. To the third, your hard-earned personal resources, which you've really come to love and appreciate. Stuff that you've done that teach you can do it again. You can do it again. And just let yourself feel that balance, almost like a Celtic cross, a mandala, 4 direction. I go forward. I feel the circle all around me. I feel the nature as a resource. I feel the ancestors as resources. I feel my own being as a resource for me. From that place of finding when it all clicks into place, yeah, I am one, I am many, all of this. Now you're ready. Don't ask yourself to do anything challenging until you put yourself in a place for success. So feel this as one example of a condition for successful living. Take a few moments to come back to center. You can touch your center. And feel each time, who am I? And how is that different from what they taught me in school? How is it different from what I learned? Who am I as community? Who am I as part of the interconnectedness, the Indra's net of all life? Good to remember, this is my true nature. This is our true nature. And any simple vows? Any gratitude towards all of the beings that have made this possible. So many people lived and died and sweated and loved. That's your deeper self. Let yourself express gratitude and make a commitment that this is what I'll take forward into the world. And take a few moments. Remember the satir minimum of 10 hugs a day. Give yourself at least 3 or 4 genuine, distinct, all the way to the deepest part of your being. Hug yourself with self-love. Self-love. Okay, that's the first exercise of opening a resource field. A lot of ways to do it. But I think the idea should be pretty clear. We come back, I'll take a 15-minute break. We'll do some Q&A or any sharing, and then I'll do a demo of applying these resources into some challenge where there's some obstacles. So 15 minutes.
Andre,
Okay. Hi, everybody. I hope you received blessings for your bathroom break. And we have a little bit of time for any conversation, any sharing, any questions before we go into the demo.
We have Christopher with his hand up.
Okay, Christopher, go ahead and please introduce yourself.
Hey everyone. I'm Christopher from Potsdam, Germany.
Hi.
And hello. And I just want to share something that just happened. A synchronicity. It was just when we came out of the exercise. A client of mine contacted me, and I had told her to because she's going, like we're going through quite some deep work, and I told her to contact me if she needs to, and she just contacted me, and I just first wanted to just write back, and then I felt I should just call back, and so I just called her back, and I was just with her in these 10 minutes or so that the break was going on. And it was just the most amazing experience, and I was really not really doing anything or not really saying much, but I was just with her, and it was just really, really beautiful. And what I find so magical is that this is really just happening like that she's really writing right now. And I don't know, it just, yeah. So I don't know, it was really touching me and giving me a sensation that it's really all connected. And yeah, so I'm really, really thankful, really grateful for all of you and for this field, and how it's just magically impacting everyone, and how all of this is much, much bigger than any one of us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Christopher. You know, you may know Carl Jung used to say that when you all of a sudden start having these experiences of synchronicity, which that would be an example of, it means that you're either on the verge of a breakdown or a breakthrough, 50-50 chance. And what he meant by that is when we're living, inside the ego box, where everything is fairly stable, that neuromuscular lock of the ego box is really disconnecting us from the deeper quantum field, call it that if you will. And in that quantum field, there is no time. And so everything is existing and happening simultaneously. And that would be, so when you have those synchronicity experiences, it's sort of coming from that realm, if you will. So 50-50 chance, break down or break through. Hope you're feeling lucky, Christopher.
I'm feeling really blessed. So
yeah, cool.
Yeah,
thanks for sharing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Philippe has his hand up here.
Yeah, great. Philippe, go ahead. Turn your mic on.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, I'm Philippe from Quebec in Abitibi, the northern part of Quebec, and really, really happy and blessed to be there. I have an observation about what you said, Stephen, about the blessing. And I was thinking and searching for who blessed me, and my life was not particularly bad. I have a good family, friends, and teachers, but the only person who blessed me for my human qualities was now it's my wife, but it was not my wife. And she was saying to me, your human qualities to able to hold, to have a holding. That was an observation how it is not so frequent to be blessed for human qualities, and not because you do something good. And the other thing, I have a question on the obstacles.
Yeah. So if I would just, briefly comment on that before you have the question. Yeah, you would wish that they would be a little bit more frequent. And the one thing I want to say is, I said I've asked a lot of clients this question, and a very typical thing is the response, "Oh, I don't think there was any." And then they start coming, maybe it's in the same session, but oftentimes it'll be, a week later, they say, I was thinking on this question, and I started realizing I have had a number of blessings. So it's one of those questions where you need to be in the right space to have access to them. So just want to point that out. So go ahead. So you have the question about obstacles.
Yes. How do you deal with an obstacle which is an event like flooding? Or a lot of people had that problem in Quebec this year. In 2 years ago. Do you deal it like, what is the symbolic meaning of it, or how do we?
Well,
Sure. Like.
Well, first of all, you're pointing out that it's primarily a collective trauma, which is the whole community is affected by it, and so the focus in any sort of healing really, it wouldn't make sense to do that primarily individually, would it? Because it's something that is at that collective level. So with that in mind, I think we then search for, because it's not something that we experts are making up, but it's something that's in the history of consciousness. So we begin to be on the lookout for how have people dealt with collective trauma. What are some of the positive ways that has happened? For example, I'm from San Francisco, and we occasionally have earthquakes. And the 1906 earthquake, the whole city was destroyed, not by the earthquake, but by the gas pipes all breaking open. The city burned down, and it's still in the history of San Francisco, really a powerful reference structure. Most of the people were living in Golden Gate Park, which was where I spent my high school playground, and it was all sand dunes then. So people were living in tents. But over a period of some years, the city of San Francisco was rebuilt. That's just one example of how human communities have dealt with unbelievable hardships and unbelievable difficulties. So we're always looking in the history of an individual or a couple or a family or a whole culture. How have you done that before? And that begins to give you a first reference structure to guide you. Then there's a sense of one of the things that happens with trauma or negative experience is if you shut down in it so much, you can't begin to heal, and you can't feel the resources, and you can't even imagine what healing would look like. So that often requires some sort of just joining and appreciation with the shock and the grief and the truth of what happened, so that you can begin to just join with what happened, to sense all the responses, to not try to change them immediately, and then to look into the deep well of a person's history in terms of how healing a recovery has happened before in those areas, as a way to give you a reference structure. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks.
A
Richard?
lot of people have their hands up, Stephen. A lot of people. I think
Yeah.
Liz Coyle is next.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can we, or am I don't know if it's me. I'd like to be able to see just the person asking the question. If do I have to shift something?
You just wait and the engineer will put them in the frame. I think then
Okay,
you see
but
it.
I'm still seeing just the gallery view.
And you have to key in the window you would like to see.
Yeah, I have to.
I have to pin the window. All right. Go. Who is next?
Liz.
Liz Coyle.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi.
Hi. I just had a hard time. Normally, I don't have a problem. I get really good results. I tap into resources really easily, and in that exercise, I let come up for me the feeling of what I wanted rather than thinking it, and so it was slightly different to what I expected. And then I felt the one of the obstacles, and one of the obstacles was there. And then I had some resources, but I didn't feel any movement, and I don't know why.
Okay. Well, you as you say it, I could see as you talk about it. It looks like you just ate something bad.
I can't see either you or myself, so it's kind of a bit off-putting because I'm just staring at the computer.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that because you don't have a screen?
No, I just have the slide on the screen. I don't know why I can't see.
Oh, Richard, is there a way that she can? I tell you what.
Okay. I'll put it in.
You have to pin the.
There. Does that help?
I just would like to briefly make an announcement that in the registration letter, we have special video, short video, how to pin videos on Zoom. We highly recommend you to learn it.
It wasn't on my end. It was technical. I can see it now. I didn't do anything.
Hallelujah. Let's go.
I stopped. I stopped screen sharing my slides.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Okay, so if we could just use your communication of that as if you were the client. Don't worry, I'm not going to do any formal work on you.
Okay, thank you.
But what I can see and sense is, as you speak about that experience, it looks like you ate something like something that tastes bad. In other words, your body is in some sort of crash state. Okay, and welcome to the club. We just anticipate that many times through the day that we'll come across that, and so that's why I've been saying we start with the body. So if you're having any difficulty in fluidity of feeling or movement, or sort of saying, well, what are alternative ways that this can happen, and nothing is coming, we're always looking at the somatic as the base. Okay.
Could I just add, I was standing, I was moving, I was visualizing my resources. So I wasn't in a crash state during the exercise. Well,
again, I would just say you're looking to me. Well, let me say, because the center is not in the muscles. It's sort of a little bit more core than that.
Okay.
So tell me what you feel in your chest.
It's more my stomach.
Yeah, what's in this? What do you feel in your stomach?
The heaviness.
And I just feed back. You notice as you go to to answer that question, your eyes move up and away from your body.
Mhm.
So that's just the sort of feedback, whatever my mind is going away from my somatic felt sense to answer this question. So I say, let's take a step back, and where do you really, really feel? I don't have to think. I just feel, free as a bird, and my feet in the earth, and there you go, sister.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what were you thinking of? What sort of and you can see just feedback. Your eyes go up and away from your body.
My eyes always do that. I'm very visual.
Yeah. Well, what I'd be inviting you to do is explore what it'd be like to keep visualizing without going away from your body. Because I think it would give you a whole deeper dimension of creativity. I mean, that was my strong suit by far, and I would just zone out and I could visualize anything. And so what we're looking to do is to say, can I stay with that feeling in the body and think without disconnecting from it at all? So when I say, what do you do when you really feel, where you really feel this sense of, just relaxed pleasure? And think, okay, what would be a visual image? What would be a name for that place? In particular, what's the somatic experience connected with it?
I feel it here now. Yeah.
And what would be the image? And again, no looking away.
It's in nature. I'm laughing.
Yeah, awesome. And just see if you can feel that as your mind. That feeling of laughing. That feeling of being in nature. And if nothing else happens from that, that's okay. I could see even your neck tightens just a little bit. I don't know what's going on. But you're just sort of seeing, boy, I've got a real habit of sort of in locking down a little bit in the body in order to think. And that what your report that you're sharing would really be suggestive of just that. So again, we're not saying, oh, you're doing something wrong, but how can your mind stay in the softness, felt sense of your body? And so that's how I would start to coach you on that question or that report that you brought up.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thanks a lot for sharing, Liz.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Got maybe one more. Is that Victoria up there?
Yeah, Victoria Alberto. Hi, Victoria.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, Victoria. You want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Victoria, and I live in New York, and have been with Stephen a couple of times, and then I would count Stephen as one of the blessings in my life, the teachings and the learning I have. And then during the blessing this morning, what I was present to, just like some of the clients that you mentioned, start from, I don't remember, there's many things, but I don't remember a particular one. Then I realized it is almost like a stage, like it's like there's a people being a blessing in my life for a period of time. And then for various reasons, then they're no longer there.
Yeah.
Grow and all that. I used to think this is something wrong with relationship. Like, then this morning, the exercise make me wonder, maybe like Buddha said, there's always a beginning and there's always an end. The blessing comes in and then it goes out. And there's nothing wrong with that. And this is a big, this weekend, my intention is about acceptance. My relationship, my positive intention is about my relationship with the word acceptance. So this actually opened up a lot about, then in that situation, my life is very blessed in many ways by many people. And it's just for a short period of time, or for not, some people are short, some are not so short. And they made a very positive impact.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, goes with those memories sometimes is those not happy, the obstacles or the shadows when that blessing is fading away or the relationship is ending, that multiple relation, not only just personal, there's professional, there's friendship, there's all kind of things. And I'm here to explore what how can I really experience those blessings and those so-called not so happy memories at the same time.
Yeah. Beautifully said. Beautifully said.
Yeah.
And I would just, add the comment that it in my own listening, I hear two different levels of what you're talking about. One is feeling yourself coming to terms with the sense that most relationships don't last forever. They have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And, part of our fantasy self thinks that love will last forever. A loving relationship will last forever. And then it becomes hard to deal with the ending of things, or with the loss of people, or the fact that I thought this relationship would go on and on and on, and it didn't. And I don't know, it feels to me in listening, that's really the important work that you're doing. That's great. I really feel that and send you a lot of support. I can really relate to that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And with that, I would just add that our deepest blessings go with us everywhere. What we need a blessing for changes over the course of our life. But there are people that I know that have seen me so deeply, and have touched me as they mirrored the deepest part of me with love, that I will carry that blessing forever. I know. My mother was like that. Milton Erickson was like that. There's a handful of other people that are like that. My relationship to it changes a lot. I particularly, Milton Erickson has been such a central figure in my professional identity. But who I am in my professional identity is so different than who I was as this 19-year-old kid who was just bursting with energy, and he saw me. He saw a lot of people, but he saw me and blessed me with this message, you have something important to contribute. You have something really special to contribute. And I still remember that. I mean, the other day I was struggling with something. And, you know, COVID has been, I think, hard on all of us. And I was in this little period of, well, maybe I should just give up and retire. But it wasn't like that big, but, you know, it's this little place. As I sat with that, I felt his blessing. It wasn't saying, you better not. But it was reminding me that I have something to contribute. And that allowed me to feel that and then realize what I'm going through is some shift in my understanding of how to contribute that. What's the best way for me to contribute that now at this stage in my life, at this point in terms of where the world is and so forth. But I think the blessings are eternal. Just our understanding and their meaning of them changes. Make sense?
Yes, absolutely. That's perfect sense. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for sharing, Victoria. Where is this? I know you're the master of virtual backgrounds. Where is that?
This is my latest blessing, my home. I just bought a castle month or two ago. So
are you serious? That's your real home?
Yeah, my real home.
Oh my God. Where is it?
Come over. It's in New York. It's a place called Tuxedo Park. Very historical place, a very enclave type of situation. But where the tuxedo is invented, the men's dress. So you're absolutely welcome. I mean, come over next time.
Next time we're in New York supervision, that'll be next March.
We can have a little gatherings with Stephen Lees and all the groups.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's who I met you.
Latest blessing I receive, and it's become essentially, like you said, and a protection.
Thanks, Victoria. Enjoy your new home. Thanks for sharing it with us. Okay, so let us now do a demonstration of what would be the next step of that. So I'm going over to the drawing board.
Okay, when Steve's ready, I'll put the...
Так, мы поделились своим экраном. Давай, Ричард. Steven, we should share our screen for сделаем share screen. Yeah, we have to stop Steven's sharing for that. So Steven, stop your sharing that one.
Oh, okay. Are you going to put that up? Oh, I see. I got you.
And then we'll go right back to the slide.
Yeah. Okay, so here is the incredible wheel of time outside of all linear time, the amazing quantum wheel of synchronicity. Can you see yourself? Could you see everything in that incredible wheel that has existed from before the beginning of time? Will always slow down. The quantum field collapses.
Ophelia Wang.
Ophelia. Congratulations.
Wow.
Are you with us?
Ophelia, you here?
Okay, let's make sure and then take this baby for another spin.
She's actually in Alastair's group. Probably she's not online.
Here we go.
Yeah, she's on Chinese time, I happen to know, so.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is it Ophelia on the screen now? Ophelia, is it you?
That was Beverly saying Ophelia is...
No, she is online. We can see her.
Oh, wow.
Hi, Ophelia.
All right, great. I'm so glad fate almost passed you by. All right, so she's here.
And unmute yourself, maybe.
I see. All right, so I'm supposed to
Please turn off your videos.
Please, everyone.
And your microphones. Thank you.
Hey, Ophelia. You have to turn on your mic. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I think they turned off of everybody's mic, so you have to turn yours on.
Okay. Hello. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Hi, Ophelia. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Awesome. Hi, Steve.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm glad that I decided to stay up late.
Where are you?
I'm in the Indonesia time zone.
Oh my God. Is that where you live?
I live in Indonesia now, although I'm from Taiwan.
Oh, from Taiwan. Oh, great. Ni hao.
Ni hao, ni hao.
And what time is it in Indonesia?
It's 1 a.m.
Oh my God. So I guess all your defenses are low, right?
Yeah, my defenses are low because I'm in this kind of a natural trance state right now.
Yeah. Well, great. So the universe has selected you.
Yes, feel very blessed just by being selected.
Yeah, cool. So I just want to extend sincerely my support to you.
Thank you.
And just want to support you in the deepest way that I can.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're talking about these 4 steps, and the first step is finding that deeper connection with yourself and something beyond yourself, with nature, with spirit, with community. And I wonder what's been a good way for you to do that.
Actually, I had a recent experience that a dear friend of my mother passed away a few months ago. She's a very dear character. And just a few months ago, one of her close friends connected me. We didn't know each other at all, but because of the passing of this lady, we started connecting to each other. And the person became my private client. I started working on healing that person. Throughout the whole healing process, we both felt the blessing of this deceased lady, as if she was overseeing us, connecting us in a way that we wouldn't have been connected had the person not passed away. And we felt a sort of a message that somehow this was yet to happen, this is meant to happen. So every time when we felt the connection, the mutual connection with this person through our sessions, we just felt this natural blessing, interconnection, like we both wanted to cry. We both opened up a lot more, feeling the gratitude that we had this opportunity to be fully supported.
And do you feel her presence now?
If I think about it, yeah, I think so, because I would like to say that being selected tonight is probably, I would love to say this is not by random chance.
Yeah, so remember we've been talking about really feeling your somatic consciousness as your first mind. And so when we say, can you think about her, not so much in your head mind, but if you just opened your heart, opened your somatic being to feel her presence in the space with you. And what that represents and helps you to know about yourself, and your true nature, and all the different amazing dimensions of yourself, the living, the no longer living, your own personal life, the lives of many, 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 many other beings. And, you know, traditionally that was just a basic idea. Now it sounds like it's exotic or something, or you have to go to workshops to to learn about it. But the sense of I have this deep, deep community within me and all around me. And their song sings to me, sees me, is there for me. Tell me what happens for you there.
It's a natural reaction that I don't know if you guys can see me, but I could feel that tears are starting to come out as of putting my hands on my heart center, feeling the heartbeat, and there's an urge that something is wanting to come out in a way of a form of wanting to cry, and tears are just about to come out. Okay. Although I don't really know exactly what that means.
Well, I think you'd probably agree there's no worse illness than a dry soul. And the soul has no tears or no lubricant. So tears are pretty nice for getting all that river of your being. Welcome. Welcome. And I just invite you to sense some of the other presences in that deep, deep space of your being. That woman, or places that connect you with the best of life, the best of yourself. Places that give you courage. Places that give you support. Places that allow you to feel deeper than any curse or the blessing. So this is just one example of really spending the time, just even on its own, to just feel, how do I feel my connection of belonging to life? I am not alone. I'm not in isolation. I live in such beautiful, beautiful community of being. What happens there, Ophelia?
It's a lot of a flashback of images of people, presence, whether the present, whether no longer there, and important events in my life where that brought me to feel the purest, the most brave, the most innocent characters of myself, the true self and deep self. And some of the people in my life were still supporting me. So it's like the flashing backs of all those different figures, characters, events, and the feelings and emotions I had felt throughout different stages of my life.
Yeah, cool. Cool. And just, you're talking about, you feel each time you feel, especially if you've got a lot of stuff, what it's like to drop the chi down. One of the things that I've learned from Tai Chi is to feel the lower half of your body heavy and warm. Lower half heavy and warm. And there's a saying in many different traditional cultures: a boy becomes a man and a girl becomes a woman when their hips drop. You can feel what it's like for your hips to drop. So that connection to all that those amazing communities. Lower half warm, deep. Makes a difference, huh? You know, we're so educated to think in the upper half of our body, and kind of hard to walk through difficult experiences if we're in the upper half. If you have lower half, open all these beautiful things. Drop the hips. What happens there?
It's a sense of asking me to open up a bit more, and it's also true that my hips are in general really tight. Wow. Often I feel a lot of a soreness and tightness in the hip area.
Yeah, we usually call that white man's disease.
Is it from sitting? For me, it's I sitting from the computer for too long every day.
Well, I think it's more from thinking up in the head.
Yeah, makes sense.
But sitting at the computer, that'll do it, right? That's good to know. My lower half, that's where like all the action is. Lower half, warm and heavy. That's all first step, folks. And we would just be adding to this throughout. But without the deeper base, resilience and fierceness and generativity really can't be found, especially when we move through challenging places, because that'll tend to lift us. It'll get our shoulders up and up in our head and into anxiety. So we're having this counter training. How low can you go, sister? How low can you go? Dropping the hips. Sophia, okay if we go to the second step?
Yes.
Yeah. This is sense of, and you may find that your body can move into it before you even verbalize it or verbally know it. Let yourself show what it is you most want to create in your life. Again, drop that question, almost like dropping a pebble into a pond. And let it go into those sort of murky, muddy areas that the lotus flowers hang out in. Hips, question, and then let your body show. They help me, my dear body, connected to all. Show a simple representation of this is what I want. This is what I want to bring myself into the world. And just listen and check out and say, wow, my body's got such a deep intelligence. A lot better just letting it teach me. Let your body teach you. And you feel as you do that, again, relaxing the forehead, dropping the chi, letting your mind come from your navel, your tantian.
Interesting that as I'm trying to let my body express it somatically, I'm still feeling some big blocks on the shoulders. It's like so heavy that I cannot quite move freely because of something is here.
That's great. So this is where it's supposed to wait until step 4, but as I say, the obstacles usually don't follow the rules.
Yes.
They say, shit, as soon as I go to ask my body to be free, something.
The obstacles come first.
Yeah. And just so here's where we say, okay, come on in, welcome. And you feel who's sitting there, what's waiting there. I don't know if there was a woman who was Carl Jung's student. Her name was Marie-Louise von Franz. And she used to say that she thought that on the right shoulder of every woman was a dour looking man. Oh, no matter what the woman thought, he would say, that's so stupid. And so just feel who's on your shoulders and say, hey, wow, I got these positive ancestors. I got these beautiful, no longer living. And I carry right on my shoulders these obstacles and say, welcome, welcome, welcome. And here's exactly where dropping your hips and dropping your tantien can help, so you're not resisting, not pushing back. You're just dropping your center into the earth and letting the obstacles slide down. Trying to understand it in the head, trying to get rid of it is what blocks them. Breathe, let your center drop. Total relaxation. Total relaxation. What happens there, Ophelia?
As we start saying welcome, 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 these heavy blocks are starting to go lighter and easy, kind of naturally dissolving by themselves and kind of going away as we keep saying welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's feeling lighter now, and it's feeling like they're starting to give me a bit more space up here.
Yeah, so as you give them a little bit more space, voila. So now we just begin to think, well, what friends could I introduce them to? What are some of the resources? You know, I sort of give them a place at the tea ceremony. And in that last exercise that we were doing before the break, did you find any interesting resources in your circle?
Nature is naturally my to-go resources, as scenes of mountain views, especially some of my favorite trekking alpine mountains in Taiwan.
Oh, yeah, the mountains are really literally the backbone of the island, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really amazing. Yeah. So great. So breathe that in and say, okay, get my mountains in here. Yikes, Marty, get out of there. Sorry, I've got one of my resources, my dog, who's walking through all the wires right now.
I could bring your dogs. I could bring your dogs to the mountains.
There we go, sister. Yeah. And how about whoever those creatures are on your shoulders? If they're from childhood, yeah. The do's, the shoulds, the family curses, study harder, achieve more, whatever. Yeah. Don't feel yourself, your feminine self. You just get to know, wow, there's a lot. These that entered my body. And so I'll find the place underneath. Relax your shoulders. Welcome. Feel in your body what you really want to do, who you want to, what you want to create. And then feel we got to do a little creative interaction wherever you go to. Freely bring yourself into the world. Say, oh, guess who's on my shoulders? That's interesting. Hey, guys. I've been expecting you. So, Phil, you talked about the mountains, the Taiwan mountains, and anything else you have for like resources? Any fun things, playful things?
Yeah, trekking to those mountains is definitely one of my fun things. And the other one is dancing. I used to dance a lot more than I do right now.
Yeah.
And as the dog just came in so naturally in this utilization, suddenly I was feeling like, oh yeah, what I want to do is to be something like a free dog running around the mountains, wherever I can go, just like a dog freely to go to the mountains.
Yeah. So just notice Ophelia has identified 3, maybe 4 really good resources: dogs, dancing, the mountains, and experiences of trekking in the mountain. Okay, that's great. So shall we do a little just creative experiment?
Sure.
Because remember, when the body becomes immobile, that's when negative experience becomes traumatically locked in the nervous system. They say the research on trauma is you have to have 2 conditions for a trauma to become an identity. One is extreme fear, which there's a lot of experiences for each of us of that. And second is somatic immobility. If you can run, if you can fight back, if you can dance, then whatever those burdens on your shoulders, they can really shift. I've been thinking my father was a pretty violent alcoholic, and sometimes he would, my older brother, who's no longer living, he would have this paddle with a staple on it, and he would hit us on the butt. And then he would walk away, and our butts would be really red. And it's a little strange, but there was something where we would demand that we look at each other's butts, and there was a white mark where the staple was. And this was the cause for uproarious laughter. We would just be rolling on the ground. And I realized years later that was some way to not lock the trauma in my body. Yeah. The point is that when you dance and walk and track and play with the dog, it's a good way to engage your obstacles in those states. So what kind of dog would you be if you were a dog?
Oh, there's so many good dogs. There is one of my favorite dogs in life. Actually, no, I have so many favorite dogs in life. Okay, there was one of my friend's dogs. I used to dog sit a lot. His name is
just
Carl.
for the uninitiated, that's a resource state. That really is.
Yes.
So can you like give me a good bark of one, like ruff, ruff, ruff?
Yeah.
Marley's down there. She's like, hey. Yeah, that is so cool. And what kind of dance would you have?
Yeah, it's hard for me to stand up now because I'm on the court. I used to do a lot more Latin dance, salsa and Argentine tango. So in the upper body, it would either be a lot of this rolling, moving.
Okay.
If that's a salsa.
Is there a way that you can stand? Because I was going to ask you.
Yes, because I happen to be on this corded. Let me see if I can move. Okay, I'm standing. Can you guys still see me? This is
Yeah. That's great. Okay, so we'll have to just appreciate we're under these constraints. But here's the deal.
Okay.
Let's go through the sequence. Coach field. Dropping the hip. Lower half of the body. That beautiful being and some of the other presences, ancestors. Relax the shoulders. Intention. See if your body can just show a model. This is what I want to bring into the wall. Somatic model. Yeah. And then welcome the obstacles. Say, look who stopped by. Boy, these guys must be really interested. They always stop by. On the shoulders, the obstacle.
Yeah, the obstacle is moving to my upper arm. It's like trying to stop me to move.
Yeah,
I can feel it here.
Great. So whatever it's doing, say, great, you are so interesting. To be like a playing with it. Playing. A little bit of this, and a little bit of that. And you stop me, and I come back with this. Boop, 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 boop. All right, now you ready for this next step?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to sort of just imagine turning and dropping out of your body, becoming the dog, and bringing that dog bark to the obstacle. And say, oh, I'm just kind of stuck in this Ophelia body. Let's release you. And sometimes you can sort of and now let's bring a little bit of that salsa dance. Say, hey, let's dance with them demons. Oh my God. Just think of what your family would be saying now. Say, come on, Mom. Come on, Dad. Shake that thing.
Shake it off.
And then pause. Dropping down. And feel what it's like to bring the obstacles into that beautiful fluid field. Beautiful fluid space. And be able to touch them with song and dogs and mountain grove. Hey, hey, welcome. Like you guys have been carrying a heavy load. You've all been carrying a heavy load. Welcome. And bring them into your community of self. Knowing that they show up at certain times. They're looking for something, they're carrying something, they're bringing something. But they need some TLC, some tender loving care. They need to be brought into the dance. They need to take a walk in the mountain. They need to play with the dog. And you can feel what happens for them, for you.
Suddenly I'm feeling really warm.
Yeah.
And it's just like two flows of hot streams coming through my arms. And yeah, they're not blocking, the block anymore. It's just like really, really warm sensations here.
And that, by the way, is one of the spontaneous indicators of integration, heat in the body. It's like all the places that have been chronically shut down just open and release heat, warmth. Nice work if you can get it, huh?
Yeah, it's really interesting that we didn't do much of movement, so it's not from working out, but it's just this, all of a sudden I'm feeling a heat here.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, if we pause here.
Yes.
And you have a seat again if you'd like.
Can we?
Yeah. Oh, you did some beautiful work, Ophelia.
Thank you very much, Steve.
How did you pick the name Ophelia?
Oh, as a kids going to English classes, we all had to have an English name in English class. So at the beginning, when I was a kid, my teacher gave me Wendy. Then I got tired of it. So I just look at the name book and I pick Ophelia because it sounded cool. I didn't know much about Ophelia. It was from Shakespeare. She went insane. She drowned herself in the river. I didn't know any of that, but I just...
Wait. Ophelia is long before Shakespeare. She's a Greek goddess. She's a Greek goddess. She's the goddess of song. This is the song of Ophelia. So long before Shakespeare. So.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, if we stop here?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
And I wonder, just stepping back into your place as a member of the community, if there's anything briefly that you might share in terms of our learning process, what was sort of interesting, what was helpful for you in the process?
Yeah, I found that throughout the process, through Module 1 to Module 2, the biggest breakthrough is not coming from trying to think about a question or make the question happen or having to find an answer, but rather just feel the resources feel being part of the resources, feel somatically responding as if I'm part of the resources. And most of the time, the questions didn't really matter anymore, or exactly what is that positive intention and how to verbalize and how to describe it, whether or not I know exactly what it is, doesn't seem to matter so much. I keep on getting this awareness of it doesn't really matter. Don't overthink too much. It doesn't really matter. Just feel it. Just feel part of this. Just be part of the nature. Be part of the community. Be the spirit. Whatever will come, will come. Whatever truth that is, I will know when I feel it. Whether or not I know how to say it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. And I would just point out that that wouldn't be the same experience for everybody. Usually the first important learnings are what's needed to bring balance to the person, how the person has traditionally organized themselves. So if you're sort of traditionally organizing yourself of your verbal thought and what do I do, and being so, into the details, then the balance of that would be just feel it, drop down, don't worry about it, just let yourself connect with it. We're not saying that's the end state. That brings the important missing resource. But then at some point, you're looking to see how you're going to have a marriage between the two. How those work together. Each completes the other and each balances the other. Make sense?
Absolutely, because you are absolutely right. I'm in a daily life a super organized, logical, analytical person. Everything has to be done with a certain way and has to be on the dot point, bullet point. So it's really amazing that going through this creative mind, my take-home awareness is none of that matters. Don't think, don't verbalize, don't try to say it, just feel it.
It only matters when it matters.
Yeah, that I keep on feeling this awareness, exactly.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's completely opposite of my everyday life, so thank you.
Are you in Jakarta or?
Yes, I'm in Jakarta.
Oh man, I was there once. That was the most crowded city I've ever been in.
Oh, yeah, and really stressful, very congested, polluted place. Just by living here is stressful.
Yeah. Well, you've always got Bali. That's one of my favorite cultures.
Yeah, Bali's an interesting place. It's a nice getaway.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck with everything, Ophelia. Thanks for sharing a piece of your journey with us all.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. So you all can come on back on camera.
Thank you, Ophelia. Thank you, Stephen. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Bravo, Ophelia.
Thank you.
Exquisite work.
Beautiful work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish I could move this tripod camera. Marley is wagging her tail wildly.
Hi, Marley.
That's more like it. Now they're talking my language.
That's a great voiceover for dog.
Oksana,
All right.
would you put the video on for us?
What?
Richard?
So I just want to emphasize the 4 core steps in general are find the coach field. And you see, we spent probably 10 minutes on that. Because if you're not in the lower field, you won't be able to do much creative. You might be a legend in your own mind. but it won't translate into action. So down into center, open into the field. That's the first step. Second step, what's the positive intention? Best if you can somatically present it as a slow Tai Chi movement. Third, what are the resources to support that? But fourth, what are the obstacles? So you see that the obstacles appeared before we got formally to the resources. And that is very, very common. It is typically the case that as soon as the person connects to the positive intention, the obstacles show up. So you see they're sort of living under these curse fields. So as soon as I speak what I really want, is that there's all this conditioned stuff that says, no, you don't. So you have to notice that. And again, I'm saying you can notice it somatically, and you're looking to welcome. So notice that Ophelia said, just by me saying welcome, those obstacles relaxed a little bit. That's pretty typical, right? And that gets us to a point where we say, how can we consider inviting them onto the team? And so that is now the next step of what would be the resources. In the exercise, I say go to that resource field and take a hold of them. For the sort of the natural way that this session was unfolding, I thought I'd just say, where are your resources? And you could see they were pretty readily apparent to Ophelia. She'd mentioned the Taiwan mountains, and then she got more into a specific experience when I go trekking in the mountains, and you could see her body and her being was alive and open. That's a resource. I brought in the dogs, and that was a really good resource for her. She talked about how when she dances and dances the tango or the salsa, that's a good resource. So what usually happens with the obstacle is when we go into the obstacle state, we cut off all of our connection to our resources. That's what makes it unresolvable. So we're saying, welcome the obstacle, but also connect to your resources and do a little dance of, it's almost like dropping down out of the grip of your personal body and become the resource, become the dog. And as the dog, connect to your obstacle. Become the dancer, the salsa. And as the salsa dancer, become the mountain trekker and invite the obstacles onto the mountain trek with you. So that's bringing the obstacle into a solution-oriented context rather than the self falling into the crash context where the obstacle generally has been imprisoned. Okay, so that's really the movement we're looking for in this exercise. But to get there, coach field, intention, obstacles, resources, have an embodied sense of the resources, engaging and welcoming the obstacle, and see what happens there. Okay? That should be reasonably clear, right? Okay, so off to your groups. You have, as we did yesterday, you will have 90 minutes, 15 minutes break, 15 minutes talking with the group, 30 minutes each way on the exercise. That will bring us back 20 minutes after the hour, whatever the hour is for you. It's 1:20 for me. All right? Have fun. Enjoy. Remember, your client and you we are connected to the whole damn universe. Now, let's move from that place. Okay. See you in 90 minutes.
See you.
See you in the small groups, the study groups.
Have a great journey.
Oh, boy. Russian 10 seconds is different from Irish 10 seconds. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had some good experiences. And let's just take a little time. Anybody like to share anything that happened or any questions?
Raise your hand, please.
In the reactions.
In the reactions. Here we go.
Oh.
Julia.
Julia Moon.
Julia, yeah, you can say
Hey,
Julia.
Julia, nice to see you.
Hi, so nice to see you too. I wanted to share just a little bit, kind of synchronicity, or how to say that in English. I mean that when you worked.
Sorry, is there a way to get Julia in the frame?
Sure, Andrea.
Sorry, Julia. Sorry.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
They are trying, so they just need time, probably before the break. That's why we are asking to wait a little bit.
Maybe you just go ahead and talk, and I think then they'll transfer you in whenever.
Okay, probably I can do something like that. No. Okay. I probably have to. That's my name is Julia. I'm from St. Petersburg, Russia, and I wanted to just a little bit share about the very interesting, probably for me, interesting experience. I mean that when you worked with Ophelia, I really connected to this exercise, and I felt like I was a demo person, and it was really deep and pretty therapeutic for me. And what was pretty interesting that in the previous exercise, I found 3 resources, which one was sky, second, and nature. Second was my Russian ancestors, who are very, very, very old, right, ancient ancestors. For example, there was a woman who was a healer and who healed with some herbs, you know. I mean, that's, and the third resource was my voice, which was...
Had you met that herbal ancient Russian woman? Have you met her before, or she just showed up?
It was the first time she went. Awesome. She came to me in this form. It was. Yeah. I found this connection to my ancestors in the last module, and it was really deep connection for me, because I even started to draw pictures connected to beautiful Russian culture with people deeply connected to nature. And finally, it's all these pieces in very strange way, they came together, because
what was the third one again? Sorry,
the third one was my voice, my own voice.
And Julia is an opera singer.
Yeah, and actually I partly came back to this profession. I had 2 performances 2 months ago. It was a great experience, but
come on.
Yeah. Come on. Thank you. And it came together because I heard this woman, healer woman, singing very special kind of healing song. And I heard my voice, and I felt that connection with stars. And finally, you said that Ophelia is the name of a god of song or music or something like that. So it's something like pieces of puzzle came together. And it was so nice, and so it's a very refreshing experience. And thank you very much for that.
Great, that's awesome. Thank you. I just want to point out, it would be very, very difficult to have this experience by following a script. You know, so you may wonder, well, why is he going over there? Why is he going over there? you're trying to stay within the ecosystem, not only as a coach, but doing your own work and see what unfolds. And it's always indeterminate. That's why I asked you for the ancient Russian herbal woman. Had you met her before? And he said, no, it's just the first time that she showed up. If you're following a script, or if you're thinking, I have to go from this step to this step to this step, you would never get to those places. I hope you can see that. You know, in English, we have two main words for teaching. We have instruction and we have education. Instruction means to pack in, to pack in. Education means to draw out. Educare is the Latin for to draw out what is already there. So when you were in school as a kid, did you experience more instruction or education? You know, and you see that most kids don't like school because they're basically sitting there bored out of their minds, thinking they have to memorize these facts, and the only thing their only question they're holding is what's going to be on the test. What's going to be on the test? Okay, that also comes in to coaching and therapy, where you follow this scripted method. The research on this is really, really clear. There's now 60 years of outcome research. All methods work about the same. They work significantly better than doing nothing. Doing nothing, things get better about 40% of the time. You know, so that means you usually come in and seek help when you're at the bottom, but things just naturally change. When you follow some particular method, the success rate goes up to about 60%. Okay? And it's the same for every method. There is no method that produces better results than anything else. That's interesting. You know, because most of us think, well, my method has got to be superior. So for 40% of the people, if you're following your technique, they won't be able to experience any positive change. Even for the 60%, I significantly wonder how sustainable and how generative is that change. So I would suspect Julia, from somebody like Julia having this experience, not only would it help her with whatever her present goal is, but I suspect it would help her in her further creative development. She's learning how to learn, in essence. And part of learning how to generatively learn is I've got the map, that's important, but the real interesting work comes when things that are not on the map show up, or when things on the map don't work. That's where the generative stuff happens. Now, I would add to that, because of this instruction dominant mode of teaching, things have gotten, I think, so severe that now, for example, in American psychotherapy, there has developed what is called manualized treatment. So so somebody comes in and they say, "Oh, I'm really feeling anxious." You say, "Hold on, I've got to pull my manual out, and I'm going to say, how do you feel about that?" And you literally are reading the damn technique. Now, interestingly, that gets the worst results of all. You don't even get, if you just did nothing, you'd get better results than if somebody's just sitting there saying, now step 3, you must do this. So I know when you're first learning it, you're going through a bottleneck. You're going through this narrow place and it's like, ah! But I really promise you that if you're thinking in terms of the principles and realize that the principle unfolds uniquely in each case, you will get far better results that are sustainable and they're magical. So I'm just trying to explain why sometimes, a lot of times, I'm not following what's on the handout precisely, okay? Because I'm trying to, and you know, what I learned, particularly from people like Milton Erickson, is your technique always has to be eco-sensitive. You're working from within what Bateson, in describing Erickson's work, Bateson said, people that study Erickson study him from the traditional Western view, Western perspective of an outside observer operating on a system over there. And they reduce Erickson to a bag of tricks. And Bateson said that it reduces everything to an idea of power, which was the worst thing that Gregory could say about anything. He said, Erickson has a way of so thoroughly entering into the system before he allows himself to think about it, that all of his communications come from, this is quoting Bateson, within the weave of the total complex. That's what I learned from him. So with Ophelia, for example, so we're going along on our process, a coach field, intention, but now something happens on my shoulders. That's not in the script. That was supposed to wait till step 4. Damn it. So now we go a little bit off script and you say, welcome. This is the ecosystem saying, if you really want to unfold generatively, this is the next step. Okay. And so you think, okay, we got a little bit different from what the script is saying, but this is where the interesting part begins. There still is an underlying structure, I want to assure you. And as you practice it a little bit, you'll feel first step, coach field, 10,000 different ways. Second step, a fully embodied, clear, succinct, positive intention. Third and fourth step, find all the resources, the Russian herbal woman, the opera voice. Fourth step, feel the significant obstacles that have been sort of the monkey wrench in that system, probably for years, often for generations. I mean, the things that we really struggle with are, I think, transgenerational. Particularly if you look at your intimacy failures, which we all have many, I think you can easily see, this is what my parents, this is what my parents were stuck with. This is what my grandparents were stuck with. So we're trying how to notice when they appear, and rather than using a technique to try to get rid of them, we enter within them and bring the coach principles to unfold those patterns in some positive way. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you very much, Steph.
Yeah, keep on singing, sister.
Thank you, I will.
Okay, somebody else?
Elizabeth Lentz.
Elizabeth.
I am here.
Okay. Hi, you're on, Elizabeth. Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
I'm Elizabeth Lentz, and I live in Park City, Utah, but I'm from Germany.
Welcome.
Thank you. The finding the intention has been always the stumbling block in a way. And through Orphelia's work, I noticed if it's approached from the somatic or the imagery or expression, it seems to flow and then as soon as the word comes, what is your intention? It's like almost like a block. Like,
yeah, that's really typical.
I have to have a goal, and so the words, to help. And I find that with clients or with my sons, the same thing. If I nail them down for what they want, I get nothing. But if I have a conversation and they are talking and I'm listening, then I find that out. And I find that with myself, it's almost like you get nailed down when you speak it in words. And it's a very American way too. I have found people always ask you, what's your goal? And I'm that one. But I'm living life. So so to approach it like you demonstrated was very helpful. And actually, when I was working with Li Hong, we were having that same, actually, sort of both the difficulty. I really don't know, but here you go. This is what I want.
Yeah.
And it's just gesture. On the other hand, I'm also thinking maybe I just cop out.
Well, you could. It's really finding a middle way.
Right.
That's
with Ophelia, you said from head on. So if my approach is always from the gut up, and I can never formulate anything, how can I be in the world?
Yeah, well, that's true. It's only a partial solution, but you're finding which is the best entryway for you to authentically find what it is that you want. And what I was saying to Ophelia is, she said, wow, what was really great for me is I let go of trying to like understand it all here and think it all here. And I said that's not the first positive step for everybody. What people usually do in their first step is they find what balances their imbalance. Okay. So you've probably heard me say, and will continue to explore, that is that Elizabeth that's got the buzz on her?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So Elizabeth, maybe you can turn your thing off because you got a really loud buzz. And if you're going to say something more, yeah, thanks. So that step of intention seems really straightforward. What do you want? And if you remember, I said, it's what surprises me still 40 years into it, how long I often need to take finding a clear, resonant, authentic intention. So I've learned, on the one hand, you focusing, you really want it. On the other hand, you have to wait for it. What you've heard, probably noticed that in each session, at some point, I do a little bit of feedback and coaching on their somatic state. So you need mind-body flow. Elizabeth is a skiing instructor. That's what she's doing in Utah, right? So it'd be like if you're teaching somebody skiing, is that you look at their body, right? And if they're coming up like this, you say, shit, they're gonna break their leg. I can't say go downhill now until I've coached you into how to stay and how to find a generative body state, how to keep adjusting it to all the different things that are happening as you're going downhill. How to keep your eyes going downhill. I always thought that was interesting in skiing, how to keep your eyes on your positive intention. But you need to see, when I ask the question, where are the natural blocks? And what I've been saying is the first place is you look at the natural blocks in the body. So I was saying, I noticed that your eyes go up. I was saying that with, was it Liz? And and I'm not just trying to score points, I'm pretty sure that if you think a question like this, or if you think a question like this, you won't have access to your creative consciousness. You're basically trying to remember what the fixed map that you have. That map is locked in your left brain, in your verbal brain. Your verbal brain does not have direct access to your body, literally. That's why sometimes when you say, where do you feel that in your body? Some people say, what body? You know, and that means they're probably raised Catholic. But they say, I don't know, I don't feel anything. I don't feel my body at all, or I just feel sort of an anxiety, but I don't have any felt sense in my body. That's the left hemisphere's representation. The verbal brain does not have direct connection to the body. It goes through the nonverbal brain. So we're looking, how do we get a clear channel? And then we're looking indirectly. If you want to know the positive intention, look at what their problem is. Because you're looking at all these indirect things that are sort of telling you from multiple points of view, there's something that they want, and they've got this deep conditioning. I'm not allowed to speak it. So sometimes when you say, where do you feel that in your center? People, and there's more women than men, say my center is here. And usually it's blocked. And usually I have found that correlates with this sense, don't speak your needs. Don't speak what you want. And so every time I feel it at some level, my throat tightens. You know, it's like I never can speak what I want. You know, if I did that, something terrible would happen. Okay. So we're trying with multiple modalities, a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but we're also sensing that the intention is always on the edge. It's there. It's there. And it's one of those things that's like, in English, we have the expression, a name on the tip of your tongue. Do you have that in German? So it means what's that person's name? We say it's on the tip of your tongue. But the more you try to find it, and as I get older, this is a more common experience late at night. What's that person's name? And you realize the act of trying with my focal mind to find it blocks it. So you have to back off, and almost like, you know, you go over to somebody's house and they have a young child and you say, hi, and the child gets really shy and hides behind their mama or their papa. And you have to pretend, I'm not looking at you. And then the kid peeks out and you look away. So you just assume that the intention is right there. It's just the act of consciously trying to connect with it is one of the main things that dissociates you from it. So that's why I love, you know, to me, one of the great terms in the history of language is the Chinese term wu wei. And, you know, wu wei is, I think, literally, I don't know, Ophelia, if you're still there, wu wei literally means not doing, right? So the way it's sort of taken in Taoism is trying without trying, or looking for it without effortfully trying to look for it. Because whenever you use effort, your muscles tense. And the muscles tensing is what is blocking the qi. And it is the answer that you're seeking is coming on the rivers of qi. So the act of trying to find it is often what makes it further away. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so I want to end with a little exercise. Sorry, Maxine, but I want to make sure that we can get to this. And I want to get you this exercise. Okay. All right, so we are going to play a game of hopscotch. Now, I need to, how many of you don't know what the game of hopscotch is? You raise your hand if you don't know hopscotch. Okay, do you see that game that that girl is playing right there? Have you ever seen that before? That's called hopscotch. Now, as a boy, I wasn't allowed to play this game, so I only watched my sisters play it. If you see, the hopscotch is this sort of linear path, and if you see number 1 and number 2, that's single space, and then on the third step, it opens up laterally, and there it says 3 and 4. We're going to open it to 3 states. So this is a way to think about what you do when you hit obstacles. All right. So the first step is, okay, I've got my coach state. I'm in my single mind. Then, and the second step, I've got my intention. That's step 2. I'm on my single mind still. And then I step forward and I hit my obstacle. And we're saying that the center is lost and the self splits into good self and bad self. Okay, resource and obstacle. So what we're going to do there, I wish you could see this. We're saying step 1, hop. Step 2, hop. Step 3, legs go apart. Okay, and you now have 2 states. One is the obstacle and one is the goal. Does that make sense to you guys? It's a little harder on screen. All right, so see that little girl, that's what you're going to be doing. Step 1, coach field. Step 2, intention. And then when we hit the obstacle, we're going to do something that we do in Aikido. Rather than push through it, rather than freeze, we're going to hit the wall and bounce off and go back to step 1 for a second. You're saying, whoa, I hit the wall. So you're just treating the wall like your friend. And you're like a rubber ball bouncing off of it. Okay? Gonna just bounce back off to step 1. And we're going to say center. I'm going to ask you to open an energy ball that is your coach state that you're going to use to absorb the obstacle. Okay? So coach field, step 1. Intention, step 2. Step 3, I hit the obstacle wall. I bounce off like a rubber ball. Boo, 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 boo. Come back. Center. Open my energy ball of welcome. Then step back up. Step 1, step 2. And as I hit the obstacle wall, I'm going to feel it. And you're going to turn now horizontally. You're going to turn left and step into the obstacle. Not to get pulled into it and chewed up and spit out. You're going to step into that place with your energy ball and say, come to mama, come to papa, welcome, welcome, welcome. So you're welcoming the obstacle, but you're always welcoming it into your coach field. If you can't get into your coach field, like Lech yesterday was saying, I think of my Polish ancestors, and that's just a lot of crash. And remember what I said was, at some point, you probably want to open to it, but only open to it if you can hold a coach state. All right. So we're going to go back, get the coach, come up to the obstacle, turn to the left, and you're going to step into that place and bring the obstacle into your energy ball. Be with it without becoming it. So anything that you need to do, sing your opera, talk to the old herbal ancient woman, whatever, bark like a dog, do whatever, so that you can be with the obstacle, but be in the coach state at the same time. Then I'm going to ask you to look over across that hopscotch lane and say, oh, hey, there's my resource team over there. And I'm going to ask you to walk over and let the resources come into your energy ball. So you welcome and make room for the obstacle. You welcome and start stirring in. You got a little stir fry there of a lot of the resources. And I'm going to ask you then to just be moving back and forth across obstacle, resources, until you have some form of a spiritual orgasm. That's technical talk. Some form of the duality of good versus bad disappears, right? And I feel this sense of oneness. Now you're ready to go further on the timeline. So from step 3, not to the side, not to the other side, I look forward, I take a step forward. Okay, hope that makes sense. Let's try it, shall we? So you want to stand up for this? I'm going to turn this guy off. So okay, 4 steps so far. Coach field, intention, welcome the obstacles, add the resources. That's all we're doing so far. Coach field, intention, welcome the obstacles, add the resources. Those are the 4 steps, right? So imagine in front of you this sort of hopscotch, and if you haven't seen it before, you saw that image up on the slide. So you've got this maybe 7 steps going on a linear timeline going forward. Step 3, maybe step 5, it sort of opens out to a horizontal row, 1, 2, and 3. All right, let's try it. Who wants to play generative hopscotch? All right, first step, coach field, center, release. So just like you're ready to sing opera, Julia. Elizabeth, just like you're ready to go skiing downhill. For each of us, find that state. I'm open, I'm centered, I'm ready. Coach field. Bring in, connect with all of the deeper, wider dimensions of your authentic self. Ancestors, nature, beautiful areas where I shine, spirit and spirituality. Always start, this is your base. Whenever you're down, you're out, you're confused, just come back and rest. Open. Coach field. From there, find connection to intention and use that as a way slowly to step into the second step of the hopscotch timeline. So from that field, you step forward, let yourself find a statement, let yourself find especially a somatic model. This is what I want to create in the world. And like we were doing in the different exercises, let it be a slow, lower center, heat, relaxed, heaviness, hips dropped. Let yourself open your intention like a Tai Chi movement and find that repetitive movement. Center, open, heavy, lower half, open myself into the world. That's the second step. And so far, so good. Things are looking great, huh? And then as you begin to feel yourself taking the third step, feel yourself coming up against an obstacle. Feel what shuts down, what begins to happen in your body. That's an old message, not so fast. Thou shalt not pass. And each time you feel it, relax completely and let yourself bounce back. So you're not submitting to the obstacle. You're relaxing and bouncing back, what the Japanese call in Aikido, ma'ai, proper distance. Just go back to step one. Just feel yourself, you could stumble back, you could fall down and go back. Aikido, you get thrown in so many ways. Come back up and find your center at step one. Open the field around you. That was interesting. That was interesting. Wow. That's that negative energy just came out of nowhere. That's interesting. Come back to center. There's something deeper than suffering. There's something deeper than fear. Every day, center. Open to the unwounded, unbroken wholeness of life. Feel that, and then you realize, time to bring this, to welcome, to absorb, to transform the obstacle. Only when you feel that, and sometimes that might take a couple sessions with a client, no worry. When you feel yourself holding an energy ball of coach, like a golden energy ball, centered. Slowly let yourself walk forward again, coach, to intention. And when you step into the obstacle, turn to the left and step to the left and then turn so that you open your energy ball and you bring the obstacle into it. Welcome. Welcome. You might need to dance a little bit with it. Might need to sing a little bit with it. Just find whatever you need to do so you welcome the obstacle, but you keep the music of your coach state. Hey, welcome. Welcome. Don't run from it. Don't try to attack it. Give it a place. Give it a place without giving yourself away. And feel inside of that your center, your resources, all the places in nature, all the spiritual beings that give you blessing. And then thinking about resources, look over across that place, the other side of the hopscotch there, and see, that's my field of resources over there. And let yourself step across to the other side and enter into the space of your resources. Open the ball a little bit more. You want to feel it pulsating. You want to feel it breathing. You want to feel its organic presence. And let all of your different resources come and play. Remember, we were doing this with Ophelia, the dogs barking, the beautiful sounds of mountain trekking, beautiful sounds of tango dancing. Dance with the demons, sing, bark, run. Begin to bring in that obstacle into the beauty of the human community that you stand for, that you exist in. Feel yourself breathing it into a living community. And then just to feel that rhythm, you might feel yourself just slowly moving back and forth from obstacle space to resource space. Just feeling what it's like to begin to weave a track, to begin to open a beautiful, almost like figure 8, back from obstacles to resources. What remains present is the coach field throughout. Equanimity. Equanimity. And feel what it's like when you maintain a positive, stable, curious, loving, present, and are not afraid of the obstacles anymore. Not locking down or dissociating. Welcome. Let me introduce you to some of my resources. Let me introduce you to a human community. Whatever they do, that's fine. You can feel they're here, but I'm not the obstacle. Keep the space open. Keep the space open. And then at some point, you feel they're not two separate polarities. One part of the same rhythm. One part of the same complementarity. Come back to the center part of that hopscotch. So the third square is the left side, the right side, and the center. Face forward on your timeline. I got a job to do. I've got a life to lead. I've got a creative intention to fulfill. One point in the center. One beautiful energy ball. Holding obstacles and resources as one living weave. And there, step forward and see what that obstacle integration brings you to move forward each day on the path of your amazing, authentic, creative life. At some point, you may just want to say, wow, this is fun, and let yourself just find a somatic movement of dancing. I don't want to stay on the fucking timeline. Let's dance. Let's play. Too much timeline makes it so fucking boring. Let's just sing samba, music, howling at the moon, rolling in the dirt, feeling incredible sensual taste dripping from the mouth and beautiful sweaty bodies. Wow, this being human, it's great. This being human, wow. Wow. I feel good. I feel good. So good. So good. So good to me. Feel what that's like to live that creative mind path. Feel deep positive intention. finding a way to open my coach to the obstacles. Always opening to the resources, integrating them. One self, one mosaic, one community, one creative mind. And from that place, you can take a bow, like somebody who's just sang a beautiful opera, Julia. Somebody who's just skied down an incredible mountain, Elizabeth. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I couldn't have done it without all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for letting me be myself again. Thank you. And remember the old Virginia Satir principle, hug, hug, hug. Hug yourself. I can't get enough of hugging myself. I can't turn you loose. Hugging yourself. Okay, so those are the first 4 steps. Okay, coach field, drop in the center, open. I'm much bigger than my ego. Intention, I want to come into the world in a positive way. Obstacles, there's a lot of shit that's trying to stop me. Welcome. Resources. I feel the resources. Those are the first 4 steps. Okay, so we'll end on that note. Hopefully it makes sense. There's 10,000 variations of each of those. All right, I know it's late for many of you. So thanks a lot for a really good day. And get some rest. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Sounds good.
Hej då. Tack så mycket.
Bye, everybody.
Dziękuję.
Goodbye.
Safe.
Bye-bye. Спасибо.
Thank you, our team leaders. Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, team leaders.
Thank you, Richard, Oksana.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Richard,
Eva.
Oksana, team leaders, Stephen, everyone.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much, Richard and Oksana. Bless you and bless
Dziękuję,
all
dziękuję,
of the
dziękuję.
tech